This is a MERN job portal, and in this project we're actually going to build a job portal using React.js, Node.js, MongoDB, and Express.js. And at this time we have done our homepage. In this homepage you can see you can filter any jobs. For example, we can search web developer related jobs. If we write web, then it suggested web developer. If you want UIEX, then you can see we're getting one jobs. Actually we have limited data, that's why only one results is showing here. We have filtering option, we can filter based on locations. So now you can see all jobs are related to the London, then Seattle. If there is no jobs, then you can see uh, no job data. You can also filter based on salary, monthly basis, yearly basis, or you can just filter based on salary range and others stuff here. And as we have done our homepage, next we have to design how to post a job. If you are a valid register, then you can post a job. So for this we will design this page actually. So right now this is our home page, you can see. And if you click this posted job, then you can see nothing because we have no route set up for this post. Okay, let's create a route for this. Okay, let me close all. And from the src folder you can see we have router. Close this, close components, and sidebar also. You can see this is the router. Hit here. Here we will create another child for this post job section. So you can just define a curly braces. You can define a path. The path would be, we have already defined the path. The path would be post job. Use a quotation, and here post job you can use slash. It's not mandatory to use, but you can. Then you can define an elements. So we haven't created any components for this. So as it's a complete page, you can see this is a complete page, so we can just create a page. So from here you can see this is a page folder. We are organizing all our page here, so that's why we'll create a component here that would be create page or post job, something like this. Let me just define create job, or you can define post job. Naming is on up to you, so I have no comments on that. So define RAFCE, it's a React functional component, and just now import it from here. So it is create job. Okay, so right now if you refresh your website, you can see create job. It's a React component. By default this is our home page, and when you hit post a job you can see create job page, and we have to design these sections actually. So let's get started. Firstly, from this div we'll define some class name here. The class name would be, sorry, this is class name. The class name would be maxw. Maxw is print to Excel. Then it would be a container. Then it's max auto. That means it will be centralized. Then on Excel extra large device we will add padding to the x-axis 24, and by default px4. Okay, that's our default string. Now if you see, then you can see this is our component right now. Okay, this is our text right now. Okay, what the next? We actually going to create a form like this. We have options. You can just type any jobs name, for example software engineer. You can just type a company. You can add salary range, for example 70K, and you can obviously define uh, any numbers here. You can choose your job type, you can choose job locations. Then this is a job posting date, so you can pick date. From here you can see how beautiful this section is. You can just toggle, you can use current date. Actually you can just clear date, just hit this current date. Now this is the current date. You can choose experience type. If you have no experience, you can choose no experience. And this is the most interesting sections. You can choose skills from here, the required skills for the job. For example, for the job, maybe you need basic C++ skill, you need JavaScript, you need uh, MongoDB skills also. But what if you haven't uh, your skill haven't listed here? You can create a new skills. For example, let me define Docker. Then you can just press enter. Then you can see a new skill set here. You can also define maybe Python. Okay, look, this is added. You can add a company URL and employment status, so that would be full-time job. You can add descriptions here. Then you can just define your email and hit this submit button. Then the job will be posted, and after then we will design our backends and other stuff. Okay, so let's design these sections. So for this, let me delete this, we don't need this. Firstly, here we actually define a comment that would be form. Then we will define a div. Actually, look, here is a background color. This is a background color, so we have to define a background color on these divs. Class name, then bg. Actually here the background color is dash fa fa fa. So this is the background colors. Then we'll define py10 px4, and on large devices px will be 16. Okay, then here we will create a form, but for this we are actually going to use react from hook. React, so from hook you can just go to react from hook. You can search it from here. If you type react from hook and press enter, then you can see this is the website. And if you hit this, then you will move to the specific website. We will use this react from hook to create this type of awesome thing. Okay, so how to get it started? You can see here is the demo, and if you scroll a little bit you can get more thing here. For example, look, you can choose your name, you can choose options, you can see, and then submit. Look, it shows the details what you submitted here. So this type of form hook are you can use to simplify your form. Okay, so for this, first we have to click this get started button and we have to install it. So copy it, and from here open the terminal. Look, on the left side our client side is running, and on the right side make sure you are on the right path. So right now it's on MERN job portal, but we have to go to job portal client. So that's why cd then job portal client, press enter. Now it's job portal client, and install this npm install react hook form. Okay, so if you install, let me close this. Then how to use? Actually we are going to use a plain javascript, so we don't use typescript in this project. So that's why we have to select javascript, and this is the way. You have to copy this line for now and paste it inside these curly braces. So under this opening curly braces, use this, and then we have to input it. So that's why import it. Okay, it's not imported from React router down. Let me copy this line actually. We'll copy it and paste it at the top. Okay, fine. Now it's imported. Then what you will do, we will actually can copy these all thing. So let's copy it and then paste it inside this div. Okay, let me just form it out. We have mass comment here, so we can just remove this comment for now so that it's very simplified. Okay, so if you check your website, what you will see. So this is your website, and here you can see here is a input field and here is a submit button, and it says uh, the field is required, so we must have to define anything here. So for example, this is test and this is test 2. Okay, now you can submit it. If you just inspect, then check your console. Look, every time when you hit submit, then you can get an object. This is example, the value is test, and this is the example required test 2. So from where it's coming actually here, look, we define two input field, and here is a error cache block. You can just show your error, and this is the input submit button. So very simple actually. Here we define the name, this is test, and it will the object key would be the example. You can see this is the example, and the value is test. It's a default value. If you just change it your name, for example Moon, and then again submit it, then you can see this is Moon and test true, so this first field is captured. So this way we can use this form. We don't have to define anything. Let me close this. We don't need this. We can remove this watch. Okay, so here we actually, what we'll do, we can just use a curly braces here, then use format this code, and right now from here what we will define, we will just clean everything from here. Okay, let me keep the input submit and remove all. So firstly here, look the our desired design. We have left side and right side, and here's the two field on the both sides. So that's why we will try to create this type of format. So that's why we'll take a div, and inside this div we'll define class name, that would be flex, then flex call by default. After then, on large devices we will define flex row, and item center, justify between, and gap would be 8. Okay, so inside this div actually, inside this div we'll define another div. So here we'll define class name, that would be on large devices is will be half of width. So width would be half of the full width, and then it would be by default double full. Okay, so inside this div we actually need look here, we haven't defined level. So if you just get more details about this, okay, then so where is level, maybe you can just, okay, now let me check this. So from home page, let me just hit this demo, and now this is live demo. Okay, you can see this way, and if you just edit, you can use edit options from here. So this way, maybe we don't have label. Okay, let me define a label here. So label, and we can delete these HTML4. We don't need this. Instead of let me define job title here. So let's check. Now this is job title and this is submit button. So we can just define some class name my maybe 5 for now, so that it can get some space here. Okay, then what you will do, we will add this styling. So here, class name, the label would have by default it would be block, and then margin bottom 2 and text would be large. Okay, LG. After then we will take a input field. So from here we can copy this input field. We can copy this input field and paste it inside here. Instead of this placeholder, we would like to use, it would be default value. So default value would be by default a job name, and the job name would be, for example, web developer. Okay, then let me show you. Here this is register, by default it will have. Then here inside this we'll have to define a name. So if you just check your JSON data, this is job and the name first one is job data. So we will copy this exact title, so that we'll paste it here. And let me remove this, we don't need this field actually. So let me remove this, we don't need this. uh, so let's back to our code. Let me refresh it. Okay, we can hide it. Then what if we just hit the submit button, you can see the job title and this is the web developer. It's something similar to this on job title quotation, and this way it's an object format. So let's add some styling for these sections. We have to add some styling here. So that's why class name, the class name would be, it would be block, then w would be full, then mb would be 2. Oh sorry, we don't need define it, we will define flex 1, then border 1, then bg white, then py will be 1.5, then p left would be 3, text gray 900, then placeholder text gray 400, or maybe 400 is okay. Then we'll define focus outline none, then on sm, that means medium size device, then text would be sm, text sm, and also on sm that would be leading 6. Okay, let's check. Now this field is okay, you can see. So this is our first field and it's taking half of the width, so it's similar like this one. uh Actually this one actually. Then what if maybe we can need some space on the top, so that's why here we have defined a space here, then we're getting some space. So this is job title, so the first field is done, similar like this on Then we need to define the company name. So as we can copy this whole thing, but before that let me add a css. We have already written our css on app.css. If you check, then you can see a class name. You can search create job input. So this is the input design. Actually we're applying all the design. You can see we have the same styling here. This style and this style is same. So instead of hard coded here, we every time we have to define this styling on this input field. So that's why we are writing a block of css here, and we just use this class name. So create job input field. So let me delete this and paste it here. So if you do this, then your style will be the same like before. Okay, fine. Now let's copy this div. So if you just copy this div, and it would be company name. So here define company name. Okay, instead of default value we'll use placeholder. So let me define placeholder, and that would be example Microsoft. Then instead of job title we will define, actually where is the data, we'll define company name. So okay, here define company name. So let me delete that company name. Okay, if you do this, then you can see we have two fields. Let me refresh it. Now you can see this is a web developer and this is company name. Inspect it to check. So it's very easy to do here. This is, let me just, by default it's one line, and if you just increase your screen size, then you can see on two sides. Okay, let's here define developer. Okay, we'll define junior developer, gr developer, and here we'll define Google for example, and hit submit. Here two data is here. This is company name Google and job title junior web developer. Similar like this styling, we are getting data by this way, same styling. So we can use this instead of this job JSON, and after completing this we will send this data to our backend. Okay, then if this true is done, let me define a comment here. So this is first row. Okay, let me close it and we can copy it again. But before that, let me add a comment. Second row. Okay. So then you can see we have duplicate this. Let me refresh. And here you can see we have minimum salary and maximum salary. Let me just edit the text. The first one is minimum salary. Then the second one is maximum salary. Okay, we need to define some changes here. So that's why for the minimum salary here, this is mean price. So define mean price for the first one. This is mean price. Okay. Again, let me copy this text. Actually, this is not copying properly. Copy this and remove job data. State here, instead of default value, use placeholder. Then that would be by default. Let me define a string that would be 20k and use a dollar sign. and the second one would be max price. So here, straight up company name, we use max price, and here we'll define $sign 1 2. Okay. Okay. So if you check now, then you can see we have two field job developer. Here we define Google, here we define minimum salary 20K, and here we define 80. Then if you submit, then you can get more two data. So we have total four data. So minimum price, max price, similar to the JSON file, minimum price, max price. Okay, but here you can see we need some gap actually here. And again, you can see we're just copying the same thing at the top. So here, instead of doing this, we can use this. Actually, where is the, okay, we can use this is the same, so we can use this on here on this field. So that's why we'll just copy this name to remove the repetition of the code. So that's why, so here instead of this we can use this simple thing, and here is the simple thing. Okay, right now you can see this is two data, we need some space actually. So for this, what we can do, we can define a class name at the top on this form, and here we'll define class name, and we will define a space y to the power 5 instead of x, define y. So now you can see mass space is inside this. So two field is done. Now we have to define a drop down field. So if you check here, you can see we have drop down similar like this on, and this is the way how you can define drop down. So we'll do these sections, but before that let me just add a comment, third row, and we can copy the same thing here. So firstly, what we will define here, actually firstly we have to define the text. Let me copy the text. This is a salary type, so first value would be salary type. State of input field, we need this type of select options, so we can copy these select options. So we can copy these select options, and state of the first block, so this is, look, this is a first block. We don't need input, we need select option, so that's why we can paste it. So if you do this and go back to your website, you can see we have drop down. You can select based on the data. Okay, you can see. So here, instead of these options, here we have to define the required thing where we keep these select options. So for this we actually define salary type. So copy this, and instead of title paste it here. So instead of value, here we'll define option, and first one will be empty, and here we'll define choose your salary. After then the value would be hourly, and we'll keep it hourly. Then the second one would be monthly, we'll copy it and paste it here, and the third one would be yearly again, copy this value and keep it here. So now if you see this is monthly, let me refresh it. By default choose your salary from here and choose yearly, monthly. Okay, value, you can choose any type of value. Then what we can do, we need to do a styling. So for this actually, look here, let me remove this, we don't need required this field. Then we will add class name here, so that's why class name, the class name would be the same class actually. So from here we can just copy this class name. So let me close it, and then here we'll use the same classes. So if you do and back, then you can see the field is complete. You can see this is the similar to this one. You can choose any of this value and now it's similar. Okay, then we have to make it job location. So copy this, and this is the second input field of this div. So that's why job locations, and instead of register max price we'll use job locations. So it would be job locations, and placeholder would be something like, let me copy Seattle. So placeholder would be example. So example, let me define new work. Actually it's very popular name, so that's why I'm using this name. Okay, so now we have three rows here and submit button. Let's check if it's work or not. Can styling on this submit button, so that's why let me do styling so that it will just get some thing. Okay, let me define its block, so that it will just look something. So block margin top 12, then busy actually blue, then text would be white, then font semi bold, px8 py2 rounded sm cursor pointer. Okay, so our this styling is okay, fine. So refresh it again, and then let me web developer will define linear company, will define a minimum and maximum salary, will define job type monthly basis, and will define location London, and hit this submit button. Now we are getting data. We have company, we have job locations, we have job title, we have minimum price, max price, salary type, monthly basis. So you can see this is monthly basis. So that's why our form is very elegant right now, and it's very simple to design. Then let me define this job posting. So again we can just close this, and we will define a comment. Fourth row, why I'm defining comments, actually it will track you uh, your code properly. So I have just copied for the fourth row, and here on the fourth row we will just make some changes. We can just remove this second div and paste it first. Paste it first. Why I'm doing it, actually it's for, look here, we have drop down on the left, so that's why i I just rearrange this code on the left. And here the first one is job posting date. Let me copy it. So this is the fourth row, we have to paste it, job location, posting date. And then here what we will do, actually Let me see this. So this is a posting date. We can copy this text, and here on register just paste this value. Instead of input type text, we will define this is date, and here we will define placeholder would be something like 2023 11 month, date would be 3. You can just check the format here. You can just copy this, and you can also paste it here to check the same format, ensure the same format. Okay, so if you now check your website, you can see the awesome date picker is created. You can type your month here, that would be 11 month, the date is 12, now year is 2023. Or you can just pick from here, you can just use any date, you can pick the today's date, everything you can do. And now you can see how simple this is to design. You may be afraid about this, but it's very simple. And then this is section is expense level. Okay, copy this text and target this second div. Actually this is the second div, so target this, and instead of salary type it would be experience level. So instead of salary type it would be expense level. First one is okay, the second one choose your here we will define choose your experience, experience, something like this. Let me just small letter it, then make change the value. This is no experience, then let me choose some value, so it would be no experience or any experience. Then we'll define experience level, others experience internship. So let me copy this, and here we'll paste the second value internship, and the third value is work remotely or something. So this is work remotely, work remotely. So if you define this, now the two section is done. Then most interesting thing is this field, required skill field. So for this, so let me close this, and now we'll define and comment the fifth row. So it's very simple. So let me do this. We'll take a div, and here we'll define a level. We can copy the level from the top. So let me copy this level, then paste it inside this div. Instead of posting this, we'll define it. Let me copy the text, required skill set. Okay, so here required skill set. After this, you can see this is the text required skill set, but here we use some interesting thing. So let me close this, and if you just hit this get started, then we have to we will use another thing. We will actually use another library, that would be React selectable. You can search React select. So this is something you can check this npm js folder. So click the go to npm js.com, and here you can just check their homepage. So just click here this link, then So where is this? This is the selectable, and here you can get some example. So look, this way you can choose from any drop downs value. Look, you can do something like this way. So how to use this? Actually, to use this we have to install it. You can just install this, copy this command, and again open your terminal, paste it here, react select, npm react select, and here look, this is the way we have to define some options. Then we can define this way. Okay, maybe this is done. Now at the top, let's import it. So first one is we have to import this. Import, then let me define curly braces, and from here we'll define from, and that would be react select slash creatable. And instead of this way, we can just define creatable select. Okay, so if you define this, we actually use it from here. So let me define if the name is okay. Create selectable. Where is the create selectable? Creatable. So here is the creatable. You can just make sure you can just copy this from here. And again, just make sure this is okay. So name is on you. Create table select. Okay, now we have to import from here. So use a training bracket and just import it here. We have to define some props here. So firstly, let me define some class name. The class name would be the same class name. It would be create job input. So create job input. Then maybe we can add some padding py4. After then here we'll have to define a default value. So the default value is something. We can just check this actually. Okay, click these explanations, documentations. So here is the way we have some options at the top. So that's why let me define some options at the top. Here let me define some options. Const options. This is some default options. It's a array object, so we'll define value. Value would be, for example, Java script, and let me define label. Label would be same JavaScript. Okay, we can just copy it for multiple times. For example, this on. Okay, let me double select this on. Okay, this one is C++. Then select is use vault and select here. This would be HTML. Then this one would be CSS. You can just define anything here. This one would be React. Then it would be Node. This one would be, okay, let me just double select it. Use Vault and select here MongoDB. Then last one is Redux. Redux, okay. So if you do this, and here we have to define another thing at the top. We'll define const selected option, then set selected options, so S is capitalized, and then we'll use a state that would be null. Okay, so if you do this true thing, and now back to the sections. So here we have to define a default value. So here we'll use selected option from the top. Here copy this and you can use here selected top. Then we need to define on chains, and here we will define set selected options, and then we'll pass options equal options. Okay, and again we'll define is multi. Okay, so if you do this thing actually, then back to your projects, refresh it. Now we have required skill sections. Let me refresh it. You can't see anything, but you can select something, maybe, or the error. We have to just check it. Oh, here we have made a mistake. It would be set selected. So that's why there was the mistake. So now refresh it again. Then what happened actually? Not getting data. Okay. Actually we didn't define properties, so that's why. Let me define data dot skills equal selected option. And understand. So let me just try to inspect it, submit it. Now it says selected, and this is the value 1. So it's getting there, but why it's not showing? Submit it. Now we're getting two datas, Node.js, but it's not showing. What actually the error? Default value So maybe we made some mistake here. That would be label. So here is the corrections. I just made some typing mistakes. Now let's refresh. Okay, we are getting data right now. So here you can see by default you are getting JavaScript. So because of my little mistakes, we haven't shown there is data. It's a part of development. If you inspect and then just submit, you can get all the data of this skill set. We have selected 4 items here: JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and React. So you can see this all data. So that's it. This section is done. Next, and again, if you want to create something like graphic design, then press enter, then it's selected. So next we have company logo and employment type. It's similar to the top, so that's why we can copy it. Let me close this. We have unnecessary tabs right now. Okay, for this actually, let me just close it. Then after this fifth div, let me format it. So format it, then add comment, sixth row. Then here we can copy options from here. So copy the row 4 and paste on it here. So let's check what here we have company logo. Here we have company logo. Then we will receive a string here. So that's why we don't define date. It would be text type or URL type, URL. Then placeholder would be paste your company logo URL, then something like, let me define we transfer something and copy this, paste it here. Let me edit it a little bit so that it will be share slash img1, something like this. Then instead of posting that would be a company logo. So this is company logo and everything is okay. So refresh it, then you can see this is company logo and this is options. We can define it employment type. That's why it would be employment type, and the selection will be employment type. So copy it, and since this selection employment type, we have 5 options. The first one is full time. Let me copy. This would be a full-time employee. Then part-time. Then it would be temporary. Right. You can copy the text temporary. If you have confused, you made mistake. Okay, this is temporary, and let me copy it. Okay. So now on here. This option is also done. You can choose full time, part time, anything here. And this is the last option is we have to define the job description. So that's why let me this on. We'll have to define seventh row, and then here we'll define actually a div. Then we'll define class name, that would be w full. After then we have to define label. You can copy the label from the top, copy this label, paste it here. State of record is style. We will define job descriptions. After then we have to define text area. We'll use text area. So from here, let me remove all. We will have to define something like this way. We have this thing. Okay, that's I copy this, and inside this text area field, okay, we can just check it on React from hook. So let me check it how we can use React hook from here. Register field, in this is input field, controller options, where is the text? Okay, let's create it manually. So this is text area. Let me close it. Then here we define register, and that would be descriptions. So here you can see we have descriptions. Can define descriptions. Then we need to define class name. Class name would be w full. Then it would be pl3. Then py 1.5. Focus outline. Okay, a minute. Outline none. Okay, this is fine. Then we will define row. Actually, row would be 6. Then we will define placeholder, job description. Let's check. So this is job descriptions. We define some default text so that every time it's for actually faster our development section. So we just define a demo text here. Okay, now you can see demo text. Let me define placeholder text grave 6 or 7. Okay, this is demo text. This is demo. Okay, this is demo text. And lastly we need this job posted, who post this job. So for this actually we'll take another div. This is comment here, last row. Then we will define a div. Let me define the same label here. That would be job posted by. Here we'll define class name tab pool. After then we'll define a input field. So we can copy this field from the top. So let me define to choose one text, something like this. Paste it inside here. State of, we can define who posted the job. So that's why from here, instead of many prices, we can define posted by. It will be type email, and placeholder will be your email. So here we'll have to add class name. Oh, we have already have class name. Let's check. This is fine. Okay, this is actually fine. So now finally let's check if we get everything on the when we click the form submit. Okay, refresh it. By default, oh sorry, this one actually. So this is the one, inspect it, then check console, refresh it again. Let me hide this message, we don't need. Finally, let me define this web developer. Let me define company Microsoft, pricing high prices, job type, this would be monthly basis, job location would be San Francisco. Let pick a date, it would be 10. Then experience, this would be internship. Add some skills. Okay, then choose a company logo, then choose job type temporary questions, and this is moon@moon.com. Okay, now hit here. You can see you are getting this data. Actually all the data you required is getting here. So if you get the data, next option is if I have to push this data on backend. So that's why we will design our backend right now. So okay, let me close this for now, and we are going to design our backend. So that's why here actually you can create a folder. The folder name would be job portal server. Okay, something like this. So this is the folder, and actually we will use, let me close this, we will use Express.js. So that's why you can search Express.js and go to this website. So from here you can hit this get started. Firstly we have to create a folder, then we have to go to the folder directory cd my app. So let's go here. Okay, now let me take a git bash terminal here. This is for the backends, and it says we have to change the directory. Now we are on MERN job portal, and now change it to job portal server, job portal ser server. Okay, I made a mistake here, the name is not server. Let me edit it. So job portal server. Okay, now I think it's okay, we can just type this exact name. Okay, sorry, let me delete it and take it again. Cd job portal server. Okay, now it's job portal server, and for the next we have to initialize npm init. So that's why npm init, and we will define dashboard. That's why you are agree to the thing. When you press enter, then you will get a package.json file including your project name, this This is main point, entry point, and here this is the script we'll define. Here is start script, and instead of this we can just delete all and define nodemon index.js. Okay, we just make this edit, then we have to install Express. So that's why, let me keep it up. Here we'll install Express. We need course, so that's why we'll install course. We need nodemon. If we need MongoDB, that's why we just install this. And we also need .env. So let me check .env. We can install it later, but we can just make it right now. So this is .env. Okay, just let me copy this text from here. You can copy. Okay, it's copying full thing. Okay, let me copy from here. So now press enter. It takes a few seconds to do everything properly. We'll wait until it's done. So if it's done, you can see your your dependencies here. We install course, we install .env, we install Express, MongoDB, and nodemon. So next, if you have installed all this stuff, then what the next task? We have to click this next. Then here is the default template of the backends. You can just copy it, and you can see our starting point is index.js. That's why on this job portal we'll create a folder that would be index.js, and in this file we'll paste this code. Actually, for the code, we'll copy this full code from here and paste it here. So if you do this, let me change this port. A process dot env dot port. We're define a optional port that would be 5000 or something. You can define any number here. Okay, if you do this, then you can run this project. So here to run it, we have already defined a script here, so a start script. So that's why we'll use npm start. Then if you command this, then it will run nodemon index.js actually. So it says we have already defined a our address is already used in port 5000. Is that, let me check, localhost off. Yeah, it's already running on this server actually, so already running. Instead of doing this, we can define 6000. All right, 3000 is okay. So if you do this, then you can see example app is running, and if you hit localhost then 3000, and you can see hello world from this line actually, hello world. Let's change it, hello developer. Then let's check, refresh it, hello developer. So these are backends. Our starter code is created. Now what we can do, we have to connect it to our MongoDB. But before that, let's me define two things. Use middleware. So we have to import course. So const course equal require. Require means import. Then it would be course. Then we have to use middleware. Then app dot use. Then we will use express.json. Then call it. Make sure these two things will need to run your to connect your server to your front end. Okay, then app dot use, then call the course. Make sure you call it. We'll need these two things. Now let's connect our backend, our MongoDB to this project. So that's why we'll go MongoDB. And if you haven't installed, if you haven't registered on this platform, you can just click this get start free, or if you have accounts, then hit this. It's very simple. If you hit here, then it will says you can just sign up with Gmail, or you can just manually sign up. So I have already an account, so that's why I'm going to log in. So hit this login, then choose Google. You can use GitHub. Then this is my accounts. From here you can see I have already different type of database is running. This is another database, and you can see we have our database is running. But for you, I want to show you exactly how you can do this, so that's why I will show you from starting. So that's why let me go back to the home. So this is home. First we will create a project. Here you can see a drop down. You can see this is a drop down, or if you just hit this at last, you can see all the projects. We have two projects here. You can create new projects. So hit here. Actually, let me show again. I want to show you exactly same thing. This is MongoDB. Sign in it. Okay, first time when you land, you will see something like this. Here you can see a drop down. You can click here, or you can hit this at last. You can create new projects from here. If you hit this new projects, then you can draw new projects, or if you hit this at last, then you have the same options, new projects. Here we're going to create a job portal, so that's why let me define it. Job portal. Job portal, this is demo. Okay, let me define job portal demo and hit this next. So you have to define a owner of this. So this is my email address. By default, this is the owner. Create it. Create these projects. So after then you can see this is the options. So from here you can actually hit this create. Then it says choose a plan. We will use free version, so that's why choose the third options. We will use AWS, and then we need not to change anything. Here you can define anything. By default, let me define uh, MyJob, or you can just define job portal. demo. Okay, then hit this create. I'm showing you exactly what you have to do. So choose bicycles, then our database is created. We have to create an users. So this is our users. We just comment it right now. We will just protect it using .env and copy these passwords. Let me copy it, and this is add comments. Password is this one. So then you have to create users. Create users. Okay, then it says where you want to deploy. Actually we would use cloud version, so that's a cloud environment, and already your API is selected here. Then just finish. Okay, we don't need guidelines, so go overview. So now we have to connect this project, so that's why hit this connect. Then we have to install drivers, so that's why drivers. Choose node latest version. By default the latest version is selected, it says. Secondly, we have to import MongoDB. We have already did this, but if you haven't, then you can still do it. You can just stop this project using Ctrl C and then paste the command, then press enter. So again you can just run it using npm start, then MongoDB is. Then we need the full code. Actually we'll copy the full code and paste it after this. So if you faced let me console log, you will get an error. Actually here we haven't defined password. Look, this password you have to replace password. You can just comments here. Look, replace the passwords. Okay, so we have to replace the password. This is our passwords and we'll replace it right now. So if you do this, then wait a minute, you can see pinged your deployment, you successfully connected MongoDB. That means our MongoDB is connected to our server. Okay, but here if you just console log this, you will get the full access of these projects because we have used our username passwords. So if anyone have username passwords, they can access to these projects. So that's why we have to hide this that. But before that, let me close it for making some changes. Let me go to the network access and to add some flexibility here, add API address. Then let me allow access from anywhere. It will give you a little flexibility to developing this project, so that's why confirm it. But it's not perfect for production, so it will give you some flexibility, that's why I'm adding. Okay, let it done. Then for this time let's check .env how we protect our passwords and user's name. So from here we already installed .env, we already installed it. You can check your package.json, we have already installed this on. So how to use it? Actually look, it says we have to create a file .env. So create this file and see uses how you can use create a .env file on the root of the projects. The root of the projects means how to you define the root of the projects. If you hit this package.json and then hit this new, then this is the root of the projects. Press enter and here how to use. Actually you have to define something like this way, but for this projects we will define db user. Then we have to use, then here will actually paste this way. Actually we have to define our Let me this delete this on and move it at here. We will define this is our users, and here db password, and that would be this password. Okay, then how you can access it? Firstly, we have to define this on. So let me define it at the top. So here this is okay. Then to get the value, you can just console log your env. So just to check it, console log env, then you can see here you have some data. Let me show you. You have all the data here. You can find your users actually. So to get the users and password, instead of env, you can just type this actually, env dot this. So now if you check your console, then you can see you can getting your email. And if you copy this, sorry, username, and if you copy this and if you just okay, then you can see this is username, this is password. So we will use this value here. So for this we will just use a template string, then use it from here, and instead of username we'll just delete this. We'll use dollar sign and curly braces, and here we'll pass the first one. This is the user, so that's why user. Then after then we have to replace this passwords. So this is the passwords, remove it, use dollar sign curly braces, and inside this curly braces use this true value. Okay, now let's check if it's still working. So let me close this, clear it, npm run. So npm start. Okay, wait a little bit. Okay, now you can see pinged your development. You successfully connected to MongoDB because our it's still working. We have to close this, and now we have to create a database. So that's why after wait connect we'll create our database. So create db. So for this actually we'll name it const db equal, we'll define it. So how to create database? So let's check the documentations. I show you from where you get knowledge, so that's why my tutorial is very helpful for you. So MongoDB create uses example, you will search this term MongoDB create uses example, and from here you can hit this uses example. So okay, so this is the thing, and from here just select any of this. So insert a document. If you hit this, then it says you have to define a database. You have to make a database using client.db. So that's why we will use client.db. Then we will type a name. It would be something MERN job portal. Okay, this is the db name, and then we have to create a database or a collections actually. So that's why we'll define these collections. So const job collections equal, we'll define how to define connections, database dot collections. Here we define database. So here you can see we define db, so that's why for our projects it would be db dot collections. Make sure you can just copy these collections here. Then we will define a name here. We'll define uh, okay, define demo jobs. Demo jobs. Okay. So if you do two things, then what you will do, we have to post a job and get all the jobs. How to get? Okay, let me define get all jobs. So to get all jobs, actually we'll define app dot get. Here we will use slash wall jobs. Then it would be a async function. Async function, and here require and response. Require response, it would be anonymous functions. Inside this curly braces will define actually const jobs equal, yeah, wait. So actually we're getting all jobs. So what's this? So insert find operations and find multiple documents. So this is the way how you can define. We have to define actually options cursors. So find. So database dot find actually. So database dot. So async or database is job collections. So job collections dot find. Then we need all jobs. So that's why find all. Then we need to define two array. Then we just close it. You can see this is the way. After then we don't pass any queries here, but if you want you can just pass empty queries, but it's not mandatory to pass. Then after then we'll actually send it res dot send, and we'll send this job actually. This way we will get all the data. And how to post data actually? So post job, we'll post a job, so that's why post a job. Every time we'll post a job, that's why app dot post. This is a post method, and here our our path is slash post job, and it will be same async functions, requeue response, then arrow sign curly braces. Firstly we'll define const body equal require dot body. After then uh, we'll add a thing here. We want to shorting something, so that's why. So create at, we can use body dot create at method, and we will define new date. Then we'll define const So let me try to console log it. Let me try to console log the body. You can see nothing because we not hit it. Let me delete this to console log. You can see nothing because we are not hitting this API, but we'll just show you a little bit later. So after then we'll define const result equal, we are posting a data, so insert a document, so insert operation a documents. So this is the way we'll define this way await insert one method. So results, then await job collections dot in insert one, then we'll pass the body. Here we'll check some validation, so that's why we can check if results, so dot inserted id, then we will just return res dot status, and status code would be 200, then we can send results. Else can return res dot status, the code would be 404, then send here curly braces message equal cannot insert, try again. Later, then we will define a status use a comma, status false. Okay, so let's post a job for now so that we can get the data or not. So here, let me close these on. From the client side, we have created a file. We have created a page, created job sections. So you can see we have created job sections. For example, let me post this job. We have defined data and we have to post. So for this created jobs, here we have getting all the data. If you console log, we are getting all the data. Let's check again. Inspect it. So if you hit, we are getting data. We will post this data to our server, so that's why what we can do, firstly, after this console log, let me delete this, comment out this, and we'll face data. What is our post API? Actually, look, we are using localhost 3000, so localhost 3000, then for getting all data, you can see this is the post path. So this is post path, I need to all jobs. So if you just click here and all jobs, let me just remove on slash, you are getting 0 jobs right now. But what if as we are posting data on this route, so that's why we'll define this. Actually, let me copy this and paste it inside here. Instead of this path, we'll define the post path. So this is post job. So instead of all jobs, it would be post job. And then by default, let me define then, that would be res res.json. By default, we did it many times. Then we will define results. Then it would be arrow functions, curly braces, and let me console log, sorry, clg result. Okay, so now here let me format it control shift alt sorry, shift alt f. So for it, and then use a comma here and use a curly braces. We will define method. The method would be post. So this is post method. Then we have to define a comma. Then our headers would be quotation mark. Here we use content type. Then it would be, so if you want to check, then you can see post method. Okay, search it, and if you just, you can just copy this actually. So copy this way, or if you want to, then check your mdn Mozilla's documentations and you will find this same thing. Look, users example, where is the users example? Example is status save content type. So if you can, and then just checks this HTTP request, maybe we'll get it from here. Post, where is the data? Actually, we're not getting the actual data. We are getting shortly from here. We have to define this. Then type it manually, no problem. Then comma here, we'll define body. Then we'll define JSON dot stringify, and we'll pass the data. So here is the data. We'll pass this data. Okay, so for now let's check. So this is let me close everything. Okay, let's hit this one. Now acknowledge true and inserted id is here. So if you get as acknowledged true, then you can say our database is inserted. Let's check it from this database. Hit this database. Then from here, click this browsers collection. You can see this is job demo and this is demo job, our database collections name. And here you can see one job is here. We have web developer Microsoft Teams input we have passed from here. Actually, we are creating a insert job. So if you just insert a new job, you can check it on your, let me close this here. This is the getting jobs. You can see we have defined all gets data, how we gets all jobs data. If you hit this path, then you will get all the jobs. So refresh it, then you are getting this data. Let's create again. Let me refresh it now. Let me create a job for graphic design. Okay, the company name would be Fiverr. Then let me define salary range, then choose monthly basis, London. Let me define a date. It would be something like this. This is work remotely. Required skill would be graphic design. We can define Adobe, then Photoshop or something. Then let me define a logo for the Notion. Okay, let me edit it to Notion so that it matches to the company logo. Then job type would be full time. Then this is descriptions, and job, it's my email. Okay, hit it. Now job post, oh sorry, I posted it on the previous one, so that's why showing it. Let me show post a job from here. So it would be graphic design, company name would be Notions 50, then it would be 80. I'm sorry for that unwanted. That would be Brasilose. Hit a date, that would be 15th. Then experience would be work remotely, graphic design, Adobe Photoshop. Okay, then company would be Notion, works experience full time, so works employee type, and here type my email.com, hit the submit button. Okay, acknowledge true, and if you refresh this, then you will get two data. This is one data and this is another data. You can see graphic design, company name, salary range, everything. We're getting data actually. So if you get data, then you can show data on your projects. Actually on this job portal you are getting hard coded data, but if you want to get data, then you can simply just get data here. We're using this data on home page, we're fetching data. So here you can see inside this use effect we're fetching all our data from our public folder. So instead of this we can use this route. Actually this route, let me close these tabs, we don't need this. So if you choose this route, then you can fetch data from your website. So let me instead of this just change this path here. So if you do this, then you can see we have only two jobs. Okay, create a new jobs, hit here. Let me define software engineer, company would be linear company, price would be 70K, 80K, job salary hourly, job location San Francisco, posted date would be 8, then internship type JavaScript. Okay, company would be its linear company, so that's why linear company, full time. Then it would be my Gmail. Okay, hit again submit, then go back to home page. So we have full data. So here you can just show an alert when you just submit data. So that's why on this create page Here, instead of this showing results, you can just show an alert. So how you can do? If you define if results dot acknowledge true. So where is the acknowledge true? If you inspect, then you can see. So actually, from your database, you can see. Okay, let me just comment this right now. Then we have clear all the data. So let me just type it manually. It's very simple. Act AC NO W LED is acknowledged equal. So you can just check the acknowledged. Okay, writing acknowledged. You can check this, or you can just hit this confirm understanding. We haven't enough thing, but here. So this is acknowledged. Actually, you can just copy this acknowledged true. Look, this is the acknowledged true. So result dot acknowledged equal triple equal true. Then you can show an alert that would be job posted successfully. Okay, then after this we need to reset this form, so that's why reset. Okay, it's not resize, it's reset sheet called reset. Okay, so you get an error because here we don't define reset, we have to define reset here. So if you define reset here, then it's okay. So let's try again. After modifying this here, refresh it, go to the posted job, here define developer, it would be Microsoft, salary range, then hit this internship, choose a skill. Where is the, maybe we have no Microsoft, we have Loom. Actually, just edit it, it would be Loom, company name Loom. Can choose part-time, you can use any logo URL here, you can choose logo URL. I just using image look, image here. If you just check my profile, I have some logo, I'm using this logo, I just host logo here and using this URL. So if you hit here, you can see this is the Loom logo and I am using this logo actually here. So this logo actually here, this is part-time and then posted by MD Al Mamun IT 7 com. Then submit it. So if you submit, it says job posted successfully and then hit OK, then your form is reset. Okay, so this way now we have full job data. Actually, if this is full job data, you can filter based on Locations, look, we have not these, we have Vasilose, maybe all the selected is not okay, but you can filter based on look, no data, no data, hit for data right now on this salary range. You can just select, refresh it, and then you can filter it yearly, no data, monthly have 3 data, hourly 4. Okay, you can just check internship, so it's working. Look, it's full time, it's worked remotely. You can check full time, we have 2 jobs for full time. So you are fetching data from your backend right now, and currently we have 4 jobs right now. Okay, so if you can do this, next option is we have to, let me close. Next, what we can do, we can just design MyJob sections. So this is MyJob sections, so we can do this thing right now. This time we are going to design our my job sections. So by default, if you hit, then you cannot see anything because this page is not created. So we will go to create a new page. So under this pages, we'll just hit it here. The name would be my jobs.jsx array create functional components, and on the routes we have to set it. So let me close these pages. Here this is the route page, and here we'll set a new route. So use comma, then you can copy these actually. Okay, press shift alt down arrow to copy it, and instead of this actually we can just make sure. So what is the path? My job, actually copy this path, and this would be the path, and instead of create job we'll use my job. Okay, now by default this is home page. When you hit this on, then you can see this. But what we're going to do, this is home page on our main projects. If you hit here, then you will get this type of ink here. You can just search any job. This is the job you posted only. The job is here, is listed what jobs you posted, because uh, I will just gauge here. You can see we are providing an email. So the email you are logging here, the jobs you can see here. Look, we have different jobs is here, but here's the job you posted. You can just filter the job, search the job. You can delete any jobs. You can edit, click here to edit any jobs. So this is our main task. We'll just create a beautiful table. We can implement search options. For example, let me define UI related jobs and search. Then you can see this is UI related jobs. This tabular is okay. Then you can edit these jobs, delete these jobs. So let me edit it. So if you define it junior JR, okay, then hit update, then job update successfully. Okay, then if you hit again, then you can see the junior UI UX designer. So this is our task. So let's design this page. It's now similar like this. We have to design this page. So that's why let me delete this home page. From here, what we can do actually, right now we haven't defined any context, so that's why uh, for now we will define const email. We just define an email. For now we'll use it from context, our old context, but for now if we don't have, then we just define an email. So it's a demo email right now, but we will replace it later. Then we will define const. Here jobs will be set jobs, and use a state, import it, it would be empty array. After then we'll define const source text, and this would be set source text, make it capitalized, and then it would be empty string. Use state, that would be empty string. After then we'll need loading, so that's a const, then loading equal, or maybe we can define is loading equal to set is loading, that would be use state, it would be true. Okay. After then we can fetch our data, so that's why we will use effect. Then here actually we'll have a dependency, that's why a. And here we will have anonymous functions. Let's define anonymous functions here. First we will define set loading, that would be true. Okay, then we just fetch thing. What we will fetch, actually we will have to define a route. So we have a route here, we want to fetch data based on email, so that's why we have to create a sections here, and we want to fetch data based on email, so that's why go to your index.js and get jobs by email. Okay, so how you to define this, actually we're getting this by, we want to define app.get method, and here we'll define path, that would be my jobs slash, then we will use email. Here we'll define async, then requires response arrow here. So firstly what we can do, we can define const job equal, it would be await then job collections, then we will find data, so that's why we will just use find. And here actually for the field we are find, so for example here we'll actually pass, let me just console log a thing, that would be request dot params dot email, and for now let me comment it. Okay, so if you hit this route, let me try to hit this route, this is all data. Instead of this, let me just try to an email address, so here is an email address, copy this, instead of email just paste it here, and here remove this. If you hit this route and check this, you can see you are getting email from this line. Actually, where is the from this line? From this console log you are getting this email address, so we're getting email address, so that's why using email we will filter this data. Let's me comment out this, and here we will paste look inside our, here we have inside our data we have posted date, so copy this and we will filter this field based on this field, so that's why here we will pass this value, and then at last we have to define two array. Okay, that would be find and When it's done, then we will define res dot send equal will data send the job. So if you do this and back to this, now hit again, then you are getting some data. All the data contains the same email address, same email address, same email address actually. So we have getting 3 fields of data because we have only 3 data containing this email. So we'll show this data on this section. So that's why go to the MyJob sections and we'll fetch data. So that would be template string, and this is the root. You can just copy this and paste it here. Instead of this, okay, keep it this way. We don't need to define it. We will just manage it when we set up our uh, Firebase authentications. Then we'll just check which email is used to login. Then we'll filter based on the data. But for now, it's okay. So here, if you want, what we can do here, we can actually define that. After then, we will define actually dot then race equal race dot json, then dot then that would be data equal, then we'll define set jobs, then that would be data, and here we actually check how many data is getting. So jobs dot length. Okay, let's check. Now you are getting 3 data because here we have only 3 data. So based on this, based on fetching this API, we are getting data. Let me format this, Control Shift Alt. So format this. So if this is okay, then let's design the sections. So this is the section. So firstly, we will have to add a class name here. That would be max. Okay, sorry, set the format. That would be max w screen to Excel. Then it would be container, then mx auto on extra large devices. Px will be 24. By default px would be 4. Okay, now check, it's now here. Our dream target is this one actually. So for this, what we can do, instead of this, let me enter, we'll take another div. This div will have a class name that would be my jobs container. If you check your app.css, you will find my something. Is there anything? Maybe we don't define it. Okay, keep it there. We don't need this. After then, we'll define a AS1. That would be wall my jobs. Where add class name, that would be text center, and p would be 4. Okay, let's check it. My jobs. Okay, similar like this on my jobs. Then after then we'll need an input field. Okay, take a div. Inside this div we'll define input input field that would be name source, id would be source. Then we will have to define class name that would be py2 p left padding left 3 border, then focus outline none. On large devices w would be 6 by 12, mb would be 4, and w would be full width. Okay, let's check. This is the input field, and after this input field we will have a button. That's why button. Let me define class name busy blue, text white, font semi bold, px8 py2 rounded sm mb4. Let's check. We didn't define it, so that would be source. So this is the true field, but we have to make it center like this on. So that's why here on this div we'll add class name that would be source box. Maybe is there any class? Maybe it should have a class name. Isn't we appropriate use that name? Okay, p2 text center mb2. Let's say is now it's center. Okay, if you inspect, then if you type something, maybe wave lopper, then hit it, nothing happens. So that's why here on this input field, let me enter. Here we'll define on change, and we'll set an event. So that would be event, and we'll define this. Actually we'll set search text equal, we'll just define event dot target dot value. So now if you just console log search text, so here if you just console log search text, okay, refresh it, web developer. So this is console log from 17th line number, so that's why this on. So here we will set another one click, that would be one click functions, and the function name would be handle search. We have to define these functions at the top. Here under this use effect we'll just define const handle search. It would be receive nothing, then this way So here we want to filter data based on this job title. So that's why we already defined this function on our home page. So if you check, we have already defined this filtered data. We have filtered jobs based on this way. Actually, that's why we can just copy this whole thing. Okay, you can just copy this whole thing, or let me type manually. Here what we can do, we define const filter equal, will filter jobs. So that is jobs dot filter. Then here we'll get job, then use arrow, and each job will have job dot, you can see each job have job title. So that's why job dot title. Then we'll just convert it to lowercase, to lowercase. You can copy this from here to lowercase, dot, with check index of. So this is the same, actual the same way. Can copy this and paste it here. Instead of query, we can use search text. Okay, if you do this, then just let me console log the filter. Okay, so let's try, refresh it. Then we have four data. So the first one is let search based on this name, write this name and search. Look, we have getting one data that contains graphics design. Then if we have others name, this is software engineering and this is web developer. Let me get this data. So copy this and web developer, search it. Now we are getting on data again. So this way we can get data. So if you get data, then you can just set it to set jobs. So set jobs, then that would be filter. After then you can define set loading false. Okay, so this two thing is done. We can just search based on here. Now we have to show data. So that's why actually under this div we want to define table. This would be table, and here the table would similar like this one. I have this two thing. So that's why the table, that's why we can take a section tag. Inside this section tag, let me define class name. That would be py1. bg would be blue. uh, Let me 550 or something. Maybe it's not okay. Okay, let me keep it. Then after then we'll need to define a div. This div will have class name tableau full on Excel, that would be w. Okay, we can just copy this type of table from anything. Okay, let's search it if we get any data. So that's why tailwind wind table, just search it, then maybe you will get some components like this way. Yeah, uh but this is maybe paid. Okay, just hit this, it says it's paid code. Okay, let's try others. So maybe here's, okay, we can just choose these one. Actually it's matched to our projects, similar like this one. Actually we can copy this one, so we hit here. So let me copy this code. Okay, something like this. Show code. I cannot see it. Let me close this on. Okay, copy this whole section from here. Here we have to change the class name. That's a copy, press Ctrl C, and here class name, and instead of class we will use class name equal and replace wall. Okay, now less errors. Here we have some error on this, so let me fix it. Quick fixed. Okay, and now our error is done, has gone. Now if you check your website, now you can see something like this on. So we will just modify this. So for this, actually how to modify, let me here have enough space, so that's why we'll define mtop would be 5. Then now mass space, here we have wall jobs. Let me define wall jobs, and here we have a button that would be post a new job. Post a new job, and instead of button we can use a link. Paste it here, and we will define path 2 would be slash, what would be the path, it would be something like this on post job. Good. Okay, let's back. So when you, if you hit here, then you will get this path. So this on, then we have number field, title field. Okay, let's edit it. So the first one is number field. Let me format it. Then job title, second one is job title. Then company name, the third one is company name. Then salary, then edit. So we haven't, so that's why we will copy it again, and it would be edit, and last one is delete. Let's check. So edit, delete. And right now we have to make this thing. So here on tier, you can see on table row, we don't need all of this. Then we delete all, but we'll keep on. So here you can see these on. Then just expand it. We need two extra table tips. So that's why copy this. Okay. Now everything is fine. We have to show data. How we can do it. So for this, actually, inside this table row or inside this table body, we'll just fetch our jobs. So jobs dot map, then we will get job and index. Then we'll just filter this, and here we'll actually just move all the tier. We'll copy this tier and then paste it here. We'll have to pass a key props that would be index. So everything is fine. So first one would be index plus 1, index plus 1. Now let's check. You can see index plus 1, and then for the title you can use this one, that would be job dot let me copy this job title, then check it. So this is our job title, then company name. Here instead of this you can just type job dot company name. Then here we don't need this. We don't need this. We need to show salary. So here the salary would be something like this way, a dollar sign, job dot main price, then job dot max price. Okay, let's check. So this is minimum price, max price, and now edit options similar like this. The text would be a button. Then inside this button we have link. So that would be edit. Here we'll define a path. The two would be curly braces. Uh, Here we'll define a path, edit job, then slash. We'll define job. Every job will have an underscore id. Let's use optional chaining, then use underscore id. Okay, then the last one, here we'll use a button. So that would be button, and the button would be delete. We'll add class name busy red 700, then py2 px6 text white rounded sm. Okay, so now we can see all the thing is it. So firstly we'll just delete an item. So here all the thing is, firstly we have to delete an item. So if you hit, nothing happens, so that's why we have to use a one click here. So one click, then we'll actually use a anonymous functions. Anonymous functions, that would be handle delete, and it will just receive job dot _id _id. So let's define a functions for this. Here let me define const delete equal, it will receive and id. Then let me console log this id for now. Okay, let's check, inspect it, check console, refresh all. Then if you hit this, then you will get an id. If you hit another, then you will get another id, and this is another id. Okay, so if you do this, the job dot 32 number lines, where is the 32 number lines? Okay, let me delete a comment out this console log. Okay, what we can do, inside this id we're getting id, so that's why if you get id, then you can filter based on a specific job. So that's why actually we'll have to define delete route, so on our index.jsx. So how to delete a job? So here on this index.jsx, to delete a jobs, you have to define a delete method. So that's why delete a job. Okay, we'll define app dot delete method, and here we'll define slash job slash id. Then we'll have async, it will be requires response again, then it would be arrow sign. So firstly we'll just try to get const id, that would be id would be requires dot params dot id. Then how to delete an id? So let's check on, let me delete, close their tabs, and from your MongoDB you can see to delete, and this is the delete operations here, deleted documents. So how you can delete it? Firstly you have to get the query, so that's why this is the query, you can have to filter it and then paste it inside this. So that's why let's get const filter. Using a field we will filter this, so that would be object. So we will get filter based on underscore id, so that's why underscore id, and that would be new object id. Let's import it, make sure it's imported. So you can see, is it imported? So yes, this is the object id, so it's imported. Then inside here we'll pass actually the id. After then we will just write this code, const results, const results equal await, then jobs collection dot delete one method, then it would be this filter, pass this filter inside here. Then we'll just send request dot send, then that would be results. Okay, this is the path how to delete a job. Okay, let's try it. So if we define this code, then let's try it. So this is okay. So now, so this is my job. Inside this, actually, what we will define, we will just define fetch page, and we'll use template string, and that would be, let me copy this root, uh be all jobs, maybe all jobs. Wait a minute, maybe our database is not responding. Okay, this is responding. Okay, here copy this, and right now on this home.js paste it here. After then we'll define this path. You can see we defined this way, so that's why paste it here. It's an extra a, and instead of this we'll use dynamic id, so that's why we'll pass this id, actually this id. Let me comment out this on. Then the next one is we have to set, then that would be res equal res dot json. Then we will have to define another, then that would be data. Yeah, we will define console, that would be data, and we will check again the same way that we created here. We can just copy this and paste it here. Instead of results we will define data, then true. If acknowledge true, then we can say job deleted successfully. Okay, so if you do this, next you have to select a method here, use comma and curly braces. So if you format, then you can see properly here, this is the curly braces. Inside this curly braces we'll define method. The method would be delete. Okay, so let's try to delete jobs. Refresh it. Now try to delete the first job. Hit here, refresh it. Now you are getting two data. So if you don't want to refresh it again, then you can just pass this dependency to here. Okay, maybe getting an error. So okay, we can just define its loading here. So is loading here. Okay, now let's post another job. Web developer, Google companies, something, Brazil, today's date, nothing. Okay, let me hit here. Instead of use my email, so where is my email? Find from all jobs. So where is my email? Copy it, then define it, and then submit. Okay, job is posted successfully. Now take look, we have created the job web developers. So if you delete this, hit it, then refresh this, it's still trying to load. Okay, the job has gone. Okay, so this way we can just delete any job, but if you want to show loading, so that's why you can do a thing here. At the top body you can just define something here. Actually what we can do, we can do define is loading, then we can do something, otherwise we can do other thing. So if it's loading, we'll define it's a div. Inside this div we'll define a p tag that would be loading. Okay, we'll define class name that would be flex items center, justify center, age would be 20. Okay, otherwise what we can do, we can copy the whole table body. Let me cut it and paste it inside here. So if you do this, then by default it's loading. So if you just hit it until getting data, it will just keep loading. Just start here from this getting data. It's now loading because maybe our website is still loading. Okay, maybe we can just change dependency. Okay, okay, remove it. Let me start this project again. So npm start and run this project again. Npm run dev. So our project is page. Okay, says it's loading. Why it's still loading? We're getting data. Isn't we get data? Let me check. We have two data, but it's showing loading. Maybe. Okay, we can just, after this we can just make this false. Okay, now it's working. So by default it's showing loading, but after then it's false. Well, let's do search. That would be web developer, then search it. Now we're getting on results. If you remove, then it's not automatically refresh, so that's why we can just define this dependency here. Now by default search again web developer, search on results. If you just remove it, then you will get all data. Okay, this section is done. Now we can implement pagination here. So let me, if you have more than 4 data, then you will see the pagination. Let's add in data. Okay, just hit inside it, define hit. Okay, so if we just go back, now you have the next option. You can see the next, go previous. We have a pagination here. You can just implement these paginations when we have more than 4 data. We'll just use these paginations. So how you can do? Actually, let's implement. So for this, firstly, we'll define here set current page const current page, then set current page equal, that would be use stretch 1. After then, what we can do, can define const items per page. It would be 4 items per page. Then what we can do, we can do actually paginations after this div, or you can just do it anything, anywhere. That's why pagination. Then let me format it, this code, add here another cap const index of last item equal, we'll just define the logic current page into items per page const index of first item, will define last item minus item per page, and finally we'll define current jobs const current jobs equal, we'll just slice the job dot slice, then we will slice based on this true value, index of first item, copy it, then index of last item. So now if you do this, then what we have to do, we have to just define next and previous thing, next page and previous page. That would be next button and previous button. Okay. That would be const next page equal, how you can go to next page. Then here we'll actually define anonymous functions. If index of last item is greater than jobs dot length, then here what we will do, set current job page equal current page. So this is the current page, so plus 1. Then here we'll define const pre-page, that means preview page equals, what we can do, here we can do if current page is greater than 1, then we'll define set current page equal current page minus 1. Okay, so next what we'll do, we will see nothing here, we'll see nothing here, so we have to define it right now. So that's why what we can do, uh Here this is the table and this is the footer. We don't need this footer. So here we will define pagination. We'll define div. Okay. We'll take a new div. Here we'll define class name. That would be flex. Justify center text plug, then space x to the 8. Okay, fine. After then this div we'll just check current page. Sorry, current page is greater than 1. Then we will check if and then here we will just define a button that would be preview us button. Then let's check nothing. You can see nothing. Oh, after then we'll okay. So after this we'll use another parenthesis index of last item greater than jobs dot length here and then we'll check button would be next. Here let me define class name, same class name at the top, so that's why class name will just define hover would be underline. Okay, so for checking this let's add some data. Just hit this post a new job. Let me developer 2 and use my email accounts, then post it, and again another job will developer 3, then Gmail, second job is posted, 5 email post. Okay, now go back to my jobs. Here we have 5 data and you can see we have next options. So okay, so but this is not clickable, so how to define it? We have to add one click method. So on this first button, previous button, we'll call one click, then we'll call preview phase, and on this next we'll just add one click and we'll call next page. Okay, but you can see toggle, you can just toggle it, but nothing changes. You can add some margins, so mb 8 for now. Let's see, you can toggle but nothing works. Why nothing works? Actually look here, we're um, here actually inside this table row, here we actually using jobs, but we have to use current job. Here look, we are defining slicing based on the current job, so that's why we have to use this current job instead of job here. So instead of job, use current job. Now you can see we have 4. If you hit, then we have 5. Just preview, next, preview, next. You can delete any of these, then hit this delete button, refresh it, it will gone. Okay, this way we can just make us some filtered page. If you search finally web developer, then search it, we have only 3 data, so we're getting data actually. The next one is we have to design this job salary estimated. You can just check any job salary. So for example, developer, it's limited data though, but you can use this. If you search developer, then you can see developer. If you search for example, front desk agent, now you can see for desk agent, this is the average salary, and we will design this section right now. So at this point, we have go to our salary estimated page, and you can see this is a similar page. We have a search options and some data, and then we can search any job based on C. But if you click the estimated salary estimated, then you can see this is salary and this page is not defined. So firstly, we have to set up a router. So from here, we can copy this. We have already done it for lots of time, and you can see the salary estimated page has this route, so that's why slash salary, and we have to create a page for this. Let me create a page under this page sections. So inside this page folder, our salary page name would be salary page, or you can just write estimated salary, any what you can define here, salary page.jsx rafe. Okay, now we have to import it from here instead of my jobs. Okay, salary page. Okay, fine. Now you can see this is salary page. We have to design this page based on these design sections, so let's do it. So first of all, what we can do, we can define this is the salary page. Let me close this home page, my job sections and create job sections. We don't need that right now. Here firstly, what we will do, we'll define class name that would be max with sprint to excel. Then we define container mx auto. Then on extra large devices, padding will be px24 and by default px4. Okay, fine. So if you do this, then you can see now your text is here. So what can do it now, we can just remove it and press an enter. Firstly, look at this space here. We have a banner or something. This is actually something like a component. So this component would be page header .jsx array fce, and we will import this from here. That would be page header. So now you can see we have page header right here. We have a small design here. You can see a very short design. So let's do it for now. So for this, for doing this, we actually define some padding here. Okay, so this is the here, this is the div. We define class name that would be py, that is padding top and bottom 24, margin top tb 3. Here we'll have a background color, so that would be something like busy fa. So this is the color, and it would be round. Then flex item center justify center. So let's check it now. Write this, it is this one, and we have a name and a path here. So that's why inside this div, let me delete it, and we will define another div. Inside this div we will have a h2. we'll define the text, we'll define class name. The class name would be text 3xl, then text will be blue, then font would be medium, MB bottom on, text center. Okay, let's check. So it's fine, and then we have a paragraph tag, and here we'll define a anchor tag that would be slash, and it would be home. Then after this anchor tag we will have slash, and then this is a estimated. We can copy it from here actually. This is salary actually, slash salary. You can just do it define here. Now you can see this is home's salary. We have to design this section, so that's why the class name, it would be text sm, then text center. Okay, now this section is fine, but what if we want to make it for a thing? Let me click. If you click here, then you can see the same banner is here, so we can create a custom component here. So how you can do this? Instead of hard-coded data, we will define this would be title, and sub, we will define it a path. So instead of hard-coded using here, we will define title here, and that would be this one, and then we will define path, that would be salary. Okay, instead of this will here we will use title, and we will use path here, so that would be something like this. So if you do this, now you can see everything is still same. You can just click here to go home, you can go back here, then this is the salary page. We can do it dynamically right now. So that's what going next. Let's back to the salary estimated page and design the sections. So the header is closed, so we don't need this right now. Then after this, actually what we will do, we will actually take a div that will have a class name. The class name would be margin top, mtop, and after then we will have look. What we will have, we have a searching options. So we are going to design this section, so that's why we'll have another div, then it will have class name, search box, and p padding 2, text center, mb 2. After then here we'll define an input. Input would be text, let me name it search. The id would be search, and we have class name. Class name would be py2, pl3, border, focus, outline none. Then on large devices, w would be 6 by 12, then mb 4, and w would be full. Okay, so this is input field, and after then we have a button, that would be button, and here we'll define source. We'll define class name busy blue, text white, then font semi bold, px8, py2, rounded sm, mb4. Okay, so let's check it. So here this is the salary page. Let me check, maybe the padding is not working, so that's what. So now it's okay, but we have to capture this input value, so that's why we'll define a use state hook at the top. So let me define const source text, then set. We have to copy this and paste it here. Let me capitalize this one, and then we have use state, and that value would be empty string. After then what we can do, we will just set a on change. So on change, then inside this on change we will have a event, then we will just define set source text here, and then we will pass e dot target dot value. So then let's check. Did we make any mistake here? Let me check. Maybe let me try it again. So okay, we didn't make any mistake there, so let me just try to check that source text. So if we define it, then just spec this, and now check the console, refresh it. Then here if we search shoes, then click here, then you can see this is shoes. So now what we can do, we'll define a on click event, then we will have handle search. Okay, for this we will have to define const handle search. It will receive nothing. Then we would like to filter based on the search item, so based on our previous uh, file from our job.jsx. Here you can see we have the same thing, we have the same search field, so we can just copy this text and paste it on here. So we didn't define these jobs, so instead of doing this we will have to define salary here. So let me define const salaries, set salary equal use straight, that would be empty object. Here we have to define comma. Okay, after then we will actually make this it's a salary. We have to load the salary, so we will use effect hook, and in this hook we have a empty dependency right now, then we have an anonymous function right here. So this is anonymous function. Inside here we will fetch our salary. So fetch from where we will get salary. Actually, on this package, on this public folder, you can see salary.json file. We will fetch this file actually. So let me copy the name, and right now using quotation, paste it here. Then we have to define, then that would be res. So this is response res.json. We have to convert this to a JSON format. So that's why res.json. Then we will take another, then we will just get data, and we will have an arrow here, and obviously we'll set the set salary to this data. So if you do this, and then after then from this handed source we will just define set salary equal this filter value. So let me check if salary has a title. Instead of job title is have title, so we will remove this title and make it job title, make it title. So let's try to console log the salary value clg filter value. So let's try to check if it's working or not. So again inspect it, remove all, refresh it, then type something. Let me check. We have web developer, sorry, from here let me check. We have backend developer. So copy this text and paste it here, then search. Then we're getting on data actually here. So this is the IDs 2, and this is the data where we have backend developer. Okay, we're getting all data here. Next, what we will do, so we will have to show this data. So that's why salary display card. Okay, that's why we will take another div and we will fetch the salary actually. So that's why copy this salary, we'll map it. So that's why map. Then we'll define, we'll get data, then we have arrow, we'll use parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we have another div. That's why we'll have to define key props, that would be data.id, and inside this key props we'll have is4, that would be uh, data.title. After then we'll have p tag, that would be data.salary. So let me copy this salary. Okay, so let's check it. Right now we have data, this is title, this is salary. We will have to make that styling like this. Okay, but before that let me define another div, and inside this div we will have anchor tag, we have slash, and we'll define a class name, that would be underline. Okay, inside this anchor we will have data dot status or something. So this is status. We'll copy it for again, so shift alt down arrow. Then instead of status we'll use skills. So here we will define class name, that would be flex. Then we will have flex warp. Then we will define gap 4. Okay, so let's check. This is something, maybe this is the text. We make a mistake here. Okay, now we can see we have job opening is skill. Now let's design this whole card. Firstly, target this div actually. Then we will define grid layout here. So grid by default on large devices, grid would be grid call 3. It call 3, that would be, let's check. Now it's on 3 column. After then, on a small devices, we'll define grid call 2, and by default grid call 1. Okay, then gap would be 12. Then my would be 12. That items would be center. Okay, something like this. So next what we can do, we will just target this div and add class name. We'll define shadow. So this is shadow. Then we'll define px4 and py8. Now it's more beautiful before that, but we have to add some styling on this is 4. So that would be font semi bold, then text XL. Oh, sorry, that would be XL. Then here we will have to define class name, that would be my2. Then font medium, then text blue, text LG, that means large. Okay, fine. So if you do this, now this section is complete. Now let's see how the search option is working. If you type developer search again, then you can see all the developer related data is showing. If you search, let me refresh again. Let me copy these on. Okay, then search developer, but it shows nothing. So how to fix this actually, the way inside this dependency will set search text. If we just set search text, then you can just do it. This is developer. Now this is font text work, then this is font text work, again search developer related javas here. So this page is complete right now. Next, but the other thing, firstly, on this my job sections, we can delete a job by clicking here, but when you hit this edit button, it is not showing anything. So here now we have to design this section, so that would be update job so functionality. So for this update job functionality, we have to set up a page. So hit this page, then create update job.jsx array fce. Then for this, let's see again. When we hit, it's showing nothing, but here is an path here. So we'll copy this path and we'll go to the router face. Here we'll define a path. That path would be this path, but here we'll use dynamic id, so that's why id. After then we'll define an element, and our element would be update job Then we'll actually define a loader. Then that would be use params. Then we'll fetch. Then for this fetching, we want to like to get a single jobs. So by default, we're getting uh, all jobs from this route. But what if we want to get a specific jobs? So for this, we have no route set up on backend. So that's why firstly we will define how to get a single job. So to get a single job using ID, we'll have to go to index.js and let me after this wall jobs, let me add a comments get single job using ID. So how to define? We'll use app.get. So here the path would be slash wall jobs slash clone ID. Then we will define async. That would be request and response. Then arrow functions here, and inside here firstly we'll just capture the ID const ID equal params request dot params dot ID. Then we'll define const job. So how to get a single data? You can see from MongoDB. So here is the MongoDB at last operations, and from here you can find job by find a document. So hit here. So this is the way we have options, we have queries, and then we'll send this option and queries. So for this we'll just define jobs and we'll use await, then our job collections. So from this collections we'll define find method, and inside this find method, so inside this find method we will have a parenthesis and we'll define underscore id equal new object id, and we will pass this id from the top. So this is id, and then we'll define request response dot send equal the jobs. So we may define a job, so it's a single job, so that's why it's a single job. Okay, let's hit this route. So here actually now refresh it, then you can see so no jobs data. Let's back, we have all jobs. After then copy this and then paste it here. We haven't getting any jobs, so let's check it. We maybe we can make any mistake here. Maybe is this route is okay. So this route is okay. Oh, we defined find, actually it would be find one, so that's why we didn't find data. Okay, if you refresh now, then you can gauge a single job using this id. Let's try again. Let's try to get the second jobs. So slash then paste the id. Now we are getting the jobs, so we'll use this to fetch this route. So that's why here we'll use template string, and instead of all of these we will try to use a dollar sign and try to use params.id. Okay, so if you do that, our first option is we'll have to load this from, let me close this salary page, and from here we'll define const id id from use params. So let me just console log clg id here. So let's try. Now this is updated jobs, and if you inspect, then you can see this is the id of this specific job. Let's try again. We have the second one. If you hit, then this is the id of the second job from the update jobs line number 6. So this is the line number 6 we're getting id. So after then, let me comment this. After then, we want to uh use loader, so that's a const. Then we will use curly braces, and we will define use loader data to load data from there, from actually from this loader. So that's why to use this loader we will use loader data. And then here we will define underscore id. Every projects have underscore id. Then we'll have company logo. Let's just copy this from here. We have job title, we have, so let me close this, company name. We will have minimum prices, we will have maximum prices. Then we'll have salary type, job location, posting date. Then expense level, we just destructure all the data from here. Company logo, then employment type, description, then posted by. Okay, I think all the data is captured, and maybe we have another options, skills, so we will need these skills also. So we have this structure everything. Right now what we will do, we can just copy everything from our edit job, the post job section. So we can copy this. So let's open this, create job sections, and from here we can copy these actually whole div from here, on this update job j6, paste it from here. So we will need to define this registers options. So that's why we'll actually copy all of these. So copy all of this and paste it inside this, after this, actually after this, so paste it here. So it says use from, we haven't imported, so and use effect, so we can just import these three things from the top. So now everything is okay. Let's back. Now we are on my job sections. If you hit, then this page is open, but there is not showing the data, so we have to fix this right now. So how to fix this? Actually here it's very simple. instead of this hard-coded data, here we define job developer. So web developer, which is hard-coded data, will use job title here. So now, so let's see it here. Now you can see this is the job title is software engineer. If you hit edit, then you can see software engineer is here. So by this way, we'll just make sure all the field is have default value. So that's why we'll make sure we have default value. We can copy this default value, and on this second div, it's about the company name. So we'll just change here. That would be company name. Then this is about minimum prices. We'll make sure that would be min price. Then this would be max price. Max price. So let's check if it's working. Yeah, minimum price, max price is by default, but you can also change it. So after then, what we will do, we'll just make sure salary options. By default here, look, this is salary, and by default on this value section, we'll just make sure it would be salary type, and instead of choose your salary, we'll define actually salary type. So if you do this, let's check. Now by default yearly is selected, so let's back, hit here, then it's monthly selected, so this drop down also selectable. After then we will make sure the job locations, it's very simple. Also, so this is job locations, we'll have to paste default value, that would be job location. Then this on is wait, so default value would be, let me define default value here, that would be posting date. After then let's check this is the posting date. You can change it by this way, no matter, it's possible to change. After then this is the same, we have to define the experience level, then it would be same expense level. After then this is the selected options. By default then default value would be skills. Instead of selected options, we will define skills. So let's check if we define skills. Now the first skill is select. Let's try with the second one. Then this is JavaScript. Let's try with the first one. Then look, it's automatically selected. Then that's last true one is, this is company logo. So the placeholder would be company logo, and this is the similar to the previous one, that would be employee type, and delete this, use curly braces, employment type. Then job descriptions, default value would be job descriptions. Finally that would be default value posted by. So if you do everything, now we have to add functionality for this update section. So if you go top, then here we are just defining this method for this post method, but we have to convert it to patch. So the method would be patch, patch, and for this we will have to define a route. So we'll have to define a route on our index.js file. So this is the index.js file. We just define a route for update jobs. So after this delete jobs, we'll define update a jobs. Then what the way to update a job actually? So we'll use app.patch. Then we'll have to define a path that would be update. Then job, we'll just do it based on id, so that's why id. Then actually we have async, same request response arrow functions, and inside here firstly we will try to define const id equal sorry, it's equal params. Let me share a hack. If you define like this, clone something, then you just get it from request.body. So request dot params dot id. So this is the sections. Then we have to define the job data, so that's why const job data equal request dot body. So after then we'll have to filter, so that's why const filter equals, so here have to update. You can just check it from update and replace sections. You can just update a document, so hit this. Then you can see we have to define a filter. We want to filter based on id, so that's why we'll use curly braces. Here we will just use underscore id to update this value. Then we'll define new object id. Then we'll pass this id actually. After then what we will do, we will have to define a option upside true. So copy this and paste it here. After then actually look, we have defined this way, so you can just copy this, and instead of inside this set $sign set, we will actually spread our job data. So here is the job data, we will spread out this one. So if you do this, and finally after this what we can do, we will have to define const. Look here, from here you can see this is the final thing. We'll just define this way update one methods, and we'll pass these props. So const result equal, yeah, wait. Then we'll have a job collection. Then we have update one method, and we'll pass firstly filter, then update docs, and the last one is options. You can see this way here you can find, look, update docs options. So we will have to the three things, so we'll pass this. After then we'll just send this response res.send equal these results. Okay, if you just do this, then you can use this method here on this update sections. So it would be template string right now. So use template string. So instead of doing this, we'll take the home route and then define this. And here we'll have to define dynamically id, and we'll pass this id actually. So everything is fine. Instead of posted job, we will define updated job, updated successfully, and everything is similar. We don't need to change anything here. Just we have to fetch the URL, then define the method is post. We have the other stuff same. So let's refresh this. Let's back to the home page. So this is job page. Let's update this one. We will add salary to this section. So I have company name also. So from here, this is web developer 2. Okay, let me define linear company. Here we'll define minimum prices, and let me define job hour. We'll just fill this complete job. Then let me define a date. So let me define today's date. We'll define internship. Let's define some skills. Then company logo, as it's a linear company, so this that would be linear. Then employment type full time. So posted ID. Okay, hit it now. Submit. So look, this is job update successfully. Hit it. Then you can see everything is clear. Now back to this job sections. Now you can see job developer, web developer 2, linear company. This is the salary range, so everything is showing. You can also edit any of this. So let me show it. We're just going to edit this one, 30 and 50. So just for checking purpose, hit it. And now back to your job page. You can see web developers 5, this is 30, 50. So this way you can do this thing. You can also delete any of this by hitting this. So let's try to delete it. So maybe we can show an alert, but if you refresh, then you can see the job is gone. So on the delete page, so let's check create job, my job page. So where is the delete? So this is the delete. Here we're showing update, but maybe it takes a little time. Okay, this functionality done. We have search, start search job page. We have my job section, salary estimated, posted job. So everything is fine. Now in this projects, you can use authentication systems to make the route private or something like this to protect the route. So for this, what we'll do, you can just set up Google authentication system. You can design login page, so and other setups. So for this, it's your task to do this. I will just recommend a video for that so that you can implement uh how you can just define the authentication systems. Okay, let me just show you simply for you. So we'll just design this login page right now. So let's define a login page here. So it would be inside these components, login.csx. I will show you very simple login page. So this is login page. Inside here we will have a button that would be login. Okay, so if it has, let me define a route for this. So maybe we'll just create a new route here. We'll define path would be /login. Then we'll define element would be logging component. Okay, so if you hit this route, let's try to check. If you hit this route, then you can see this is login. If you click here, then the login page is here. Let me just make it a little bit fancy, so that's why we'll just make it define a screen. Then we'll tool, then we'll define flex items center, justify center. So now the button is here. Let me add some background colors. So bg blue, px8, py true. Okay, then let me define text white. Okay, I think this button is okay. I just simply show you how you can integrate Firebase authentications. If I have to go to Firebase, firebase.google.com, then from here, so if you haven't an account, firstly you have to create an account using your Gmail. We have already an account, so you can just hit this get started. From here if I have to create a project, you can see I have lots of projects here, but you can just able to do 2 or 5 projects at a time. But if you expand that, then you can do many projects. Let me show you. Job portal demo, then let me hit this continue. We don't enable Google Analytics, so that's why make it off, then get create a projects. It takes only 15 to 20 seconds, so wait until it complete. I'm showing what you can set up route, but I think you can explore it a little bit. So hit this continue button. Wait a second. Now from here, if you hit this, then you will get pop up these sections. You have to define a name here. Let me define MyJob job portal demo. So let me hit deleted job portal demo. You can define any name, then hit register. So it says you have to install npm Firebase. So copy this and then open your terminal. So we have the second route. Look, it's on client side. This is the client side, and we will paste this code. So press install. After then it says we have to copy this, and so for this from this, so click this src. Let me create a Firebase folder. So Firebase, then inside this Firebase we will have firebase.config.js file. Oh sorry, we made a mistake here, so let me rename it. We have a comma, it would be full stop. So firebase.config.js, then let me wait until it's complete, then we'll paste this code from here. So this is the second code. We will have to wait for a minute. So when it will done, then we can use that code on here. Okay, done. Now we can close it. We'll paste this code. So firstly we have to export app, export default app. So if you do this, actually then what you can do, just hit this continue button, and for this we have to set up authentications. You will click build, then authentications, then get started. Then make sure you have to select some providers. We will enable email sign up, and then we will enable Google's, and you can enable other stuff. You have to define your email address. Okay, so if you do this, how you can use actually to check this, let me close this on, and then here we have documentation. Just hit here. from here you can see this is build. Under this build we have authentication systems, so click here. Then from here this is the introduction, but we will go to the web from the left bar, and from here you can see it get started. So this is the way how you can initialize this project. So we have to define this way. We have to copy this code, but we already did it here. So we initialize this. Then to sign up new users you can use this way. Look, but we would like to authenticate using Gmail right now. So from here, look, this is Google authentications, and what we will do firstly, look, the first step is we have to create a Google provider. We'll copy this and we'll go to our login page. Here we'll just paste it here. Then let me import. We can use these on, we can just copy it and paste it inside here. It's very simple. Instead of provider we can use Google provider. We can use a small letter at the starting point, and here we can define pif, so Google provider. Then what we can do, so this is the way you can do it. Firstly we will define a handle click, so we'll define on click, that would be handle login. So let's define a function const, then handle login, that would be a functions. Then we'll use arrow curly braces, and here what we will actually do, we will have to use this way, sign up with pop-up, input it from Firebase auth, and then we will have to pass these three things. Actually auth and provider, we will pass auth and provider. So instead of provider we name it Google provider, so Google provider. Then we'll have to define a then, and then inside this results we will have this. You can just copy all and paste it here. We don't need this, we can just ignore that. Let me clear everything. Okay, then we can just delete everything, or we can keep it. So what if it's define error, then it will show inside here. If it's successful, can show an alert. But let me define it, it's work or not. So just refresh it. It says default created. Okay, no app called initialize. Click here, it says no Firebase app default. So try to import app. So where is our get auth? So we have to import app. So import app from firebase.config. Okay, now refresh it. Okay, the error has gone. So if you hit here, it will open Firebase authentication system using Gmail. So if you choose your Gmail accounts, then you can see now it's login. If you back, you can see anything, but if you just try to check the user console log user, then you will see something. So let's inspect. cross checking. Now here is the user, so authentication system is working. So you can see this is my name, this is my email, and if you check your authentications, so here if you check the user sections, you can see this is a new users which is created this date, and this is the UIT. So that's way you can implement authentications. If you want to get the full code of this project, then you can just buy it on buy me copy. It's $1 for you, and there you can get the complete projects. Thank you. But before ending this, actually want to show you another thing. First, for examples, so from here, go back to the home page, and here, if you just click here, it's nothing happens. So for this, if you want to get details job sections, then you can do it using this way. We have to set up a route. So let me expand this. So here we'll define another route that would be path, then it would be job slash dot id. Then here we actually define an element. We'll have to create a job details space. So inside this space we'll create job feed files dot jsx rafce. Then we will just define, we have to import it, job details. Okay, so for the route setups we have already defined get single jobs route. Here is the get single job routes. Okay, fine. So this will work for these sections. So firstly, how you can do it. So for example, if you now click, it's say nothing, so we have to just add something to the card.jsx. Here is the path simple route. Here we will use uh, template string, and we'll define slash this route. Actually, let me check it, copy this, and on the card page paste it here. Instead of slash we'll use a dollar sign, then curly braces. Here inside this data we'll have a underscore id. So we'll just paste it _id. So if you click right now, then you will get job details page. So we would like to show details here, so that's why firstly we'll just capture const id equal use params. Then let me try to console log this id, or you can show this id here. That would be the job id. Id is here. So if you check it right now, then you can see there is a job id. Let's back to home, click the second one. This is the another id. If you hit this 3 1, then another id. So if you get then id, then you can show all the jobs. How you can do that? We can just use effect. So use effect here, then we will have empty dependency right now. Then we will just use a anonymous functions, and for the jobs we'll just define const job set job. Then we will have use straight, and that would be empty objects. So here we'll actually fetch data. So how to fetch data? Actually, you can see here this is single job route. So copy this, you can just check this code where is the single job route. So we are defining single job route here. So we'll just copy these single job routes, and go back here. Just use template string, paste it here. Instead of this hard-coded id, we'll define $sign and we'll pass this id. Then we'll have to define, then we'll have to make it res, then convert it res.json format. After then we'll have another, then that would be data. Then we'll just define set job equal data. So what we can do, we can now show the data from here. For examples here, uh, let me define it inside is3. Okay, after then you can just define anything. For example, if we want to show title, then you can just define job dot job title. So from here you can see where is the job title. Okay, so this is the job title and this is the okay. But here the interesting thing is that when you just click any of this, then you have a apply options and you have to apply an URL, then you can okay, then okay. So we are going to do this. So for this, let me just here add some styling. Styling is, I will request you to do styling, but for now let me define a small s screen to excel container mx auto x xl px24 px4. Okay, for now let me define a button. Button would be apply now. Then let me define, add some class name. We can just copy this from here. We can just copy all the classes from here and then let's paste it here. We'll have a one click here, on click here, and we'll define handle apply. Okay, we'll just copy this and here we'll define a functions. So const handle apply, we'll have anonymous functions and we'll just get it here. So how you can do it, actually we'll define it async functions. Then we would like to use so let me close these two on also database, and here we'll actually use sweet alert. So you can just sweet alert, you can search sweet alert 2. Then this is the sweet alert 2 website, so click here. So to get started, firstly this is the installation process. Hit here, then you have to copy this, open it, then open your terminal, then paste it, install it on client side. So how to uses it, you have to import this way, so this way, and then you have to call it. Okay, but if you check the users examples, then you can see this is this is examples, and you can just open this type of thing. You can open this one. If you go a little bit, then it's a dialog of three options, dialog button with three options. You have custom pointing on the corner, you have this type of thing. So everything is awesome, but if you go these input types, then this is text type, this is URL. we'll just use these one actually. So copy this thing, and then you have to paste to copy it here. So we have to import it, so that's why let me import it. So where is the import options? From installations, you can just import these on this way. Just import it at the top. Okay, if you do this, let's check it. So here is an apply button. When you hit, it says paste an URL. If you haven't pasted an URL, if you hit OK, then it says invalid URL. So if you hit OK, then it popped this way, then you can hit OK. So this way you can just make this apply button. So I think you can do this type of design, very simple design. So that's why it's your task. I will show you this on also, so for your great considerations. Here you can import it. So let me show it here. That would be page header. Page header will have a title. Title is single job page or job details page. Then we'll have a path here. The path is single job. We will have to use quotations. Okay, now you can see single jobs is here. We have to styling similar like this one. I hope you can do that.